Hello. Good morning or good afternoon. Zero Lagger, Stump, Kobe, Jaguar. Good morning. Got dinner. Okay. Oh my gosh. Hello. I have Wawa sub. Oh, Subway? Or no, is Wawa? Wait. No, Wawa is a place. I thought it was like I don't have Wawa, so I was like, what? Honk, honk, honk. Sorry. Right now, I was trying to let my stomach sit because I had a smoothie, so it's digesting right now. I was like, should I start now? I don't think I'm gonna talk a lot, so I'm gonna be drawing. Actually, there were some new brushes I wanted to try out because I tried this one brush out. I don't know if you can tell. Just for like sketching. So I wanted to see. I usually use my thick brush, but I think I need to download it. Can I download it? And I was thinking about downloading it before stream, but I didn't fucking realize the time. I was like, I want to start at 10. No, starts at like 11, barely. Let me put the music up so I can put it down for me. Okay. Wow, wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I usually I forget about subs in like other places cuz I don't even eat Subway these days cuz they're just not worth it. I mean, if you don't have the money for it, that's fair, but like that shit is not great. Ooh, I'm downloading all the brushes right now. I forget I downloaded some brushes and I just never used them on my PC, but I have different brushes on my tablet. So I was like, which one is it? Sub is like $8. Yeah, I know for sure it's around that for a Subway, but like it's just not worth it, I feel like nowadays. Just cause like I don't know, they're just not worth it. Also, I brought out Lucy, so they're right there on the left. You can see them. They're gonna be accompanying me right now. They usually like to chill. They're not as hyperactive as Stan. I wonder if you can like hear them.
This is a test.
Yeah, that's Lucy. Okay. Can I say? How do I test them again? It's been so long. It's been so long since I used Lucy. Before I could test him out, but I don't remember how. Let's just make Lucy talk on here.
Good morning.
They're a bit different because I messed up the detailing on them, but it's okay. Okay. I probably need to put the volume down more. Yeah. I usually do put the volume down for myself just cuz like um my family is like sometimes calling me. Okay. I was trying to download some like chair models, but they just didn't even work. I'm gonna delete them. Do I have these? Oh, I have these pens. I was looking at them too. I'm like, do I have these? I'm pretty sure I do. No, they're different. I have way too many pens, but I like to mess with different ones when I'm like, when I have the time. Bannies, I think I was using Bannies the other day. But I think the one I was using earlier was this one. We can put this one over here. This is the one I was using earlier. Should I use this one or should I use this one? Ooh, I like the snappiness of that. I need to save your references. I forgot. I didn't save it on this computer. Uh, I'm gonna have to crop out just you guys, Stump, because I'm drawing you. And just get get waffle waffles. Do I have you on my VTuber stuff though? I have like a VTuber folder. I think I do have you. You forget to download everything. I think I should have Zoro. No, I forgot to download on this computer. Oh no, I do have Zoro. Okay. I have Zoro. But I might not have you. No, I do have you. But I have your like your trivia Drew. I thought I had you on here. No. Guess we're just gonna post you right here. Let me get your reference. VJun's. I'm glad VJun lets you look at people's like what they send. It just makes everything like easy. Not my orders. My artist dashboard. Sometimes it's hard to navigate in here and I just go crazy. I don't know how Kobe does it. She just like I just imagine Kobe like oh, I didn't even see you gave me like a proper reference. I had it I had the one that you showed me save, the one where like I think I was using for your background I was making. I mean that's okay, but I don't know why I didn't save this one. It's the same thing though. I just find that funny. That's so fucking funny though. Let me grab your corgi one. I want to draw waffles, but I'm gonna crop so that it doesn't show anything. Can I crop it? Or I'm just gonna screenshot it actually. So it just shows waffles. I don't know why it doesn't let me crop. Snipping. I didn't realize. So I was like, I was Well, actually, I can have waffle separate, so it's not showing anything that you sent me on like another screen. So I'm gonna have you here and let me see. Okay. Oh, I put in the wrong folder. Hold on. What's wrong with me? I was like, what? I was like, where? Not this one. Personal. There you go. Yeah, Nug is gonna be right here. Hmm. His like little squish face. I think if I just don't do like a lot of pressure. You know what's funny? Like I've drawn all of your pets. I think I have. Look at that baby. Oh, I made it into a fucking vector file. That's fine. Ah, good morning, Liquid. How are you? How you doing? You just wake up? Is Nikki still asleep?
Joe mama.
Oh, what the hell? Excuse me, Lucy. Who are you talking for? Disrespectful. You never talk to me like that. What the hell? Maybe it's like, yeah. But no, we're just both. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it because of the? It's been really cold. Should I make it like this, or should I give him like a little dot eye? I think maybe which it's funny. I thought I was getting sick, but no, I don't think I've been getting sick at all. Except by like my acid reflux like acting up. So I think I'm gonna have to like just not eat too much the next few weeks. I think if I eat once a day, my acid reflux like calms down. I'm trying to draw the nose. Can I draw a heart? No! What the fuck? That did like a double. That did a double tap. That's disrespectful. I think in the future I might have to like. Not right now. Not right now. But like maybe in a year or two. No, actually 2 years. Like upgrade to a new tablet. Because this one has been like janky. So I think it's just because I have so much scratches on it now. Um So I think in the future I'm gonna upgrade this to a bigger screen, cause this is a 14-inch screen, but I never use like a screen protector cause I just didn't know. I'm like, fuck it, we're just gonna. I had like a good placement in another one, and that was God. Don't like that. I'm gonna scream. Okay. I don't know how to growl. Thank you for the save or hydrate. I I haven't done a growl in a long time. Growl, 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 growl. Okay, that's enough of a growl I can do right now. I used to do a scary one, and I can't remember how I did it anymore. People don't really like redeem that much. So good morning, What were you replying to? I feel like I said something and now I'm forgetting. Or should I do like was it this? The eyes that you were replying to? Imagine if I gave Waffles a little pop pop. It just I love Waffles. He's so cute. Whoa. 5 stream streak. Damn. Yeah, I gotta see. I gotta like raise the bar. It's crazy, like when people just have like streaks, even for me, because I don't stream a lot. So I just get surprised by it. Should I just give him a little heart? No, I mean... I'm trying to see how to draw him. The way I drew him right now is okay. It's been a while since I've drawn dogs. Oh shit. I should really move that. Oh shit, zero lagger. You too? Damn. Thank you. Maybe I'll just do the coloring. I'm going crazy. It's really funny because I feel like I should know how to draw animals more, but I don't. I need to draw. I need to. I need to like. I need to do some like practice on animals. I'm trying to make it like not look weird. He's like a little bit furry, that's why. I'm putting too much detail on waffles. I love them though, that's why. Waffles deserve the best. Oh, look at him. How many fingers does he have? I think Stump just has like 4 fingers. Oh. I'll ask him when he comes back. I think he's eating. Oh, how many fingers do you have? He looks so silly. Oh my god. I think maybe. God, let me go. Oh, this is why I'm not a big fan of the freaking brush. Not brush. The vector layer, because it erases so weird. His mouth is like, it looks all black, so maybe it can look better if I did this. No! I hate this whole thing. No, you don't know. Honestly, really, I don't remember half the stuff I give on my design sometimes. I think after the stream, I'm gonna just clean up more and work on other stuff. I wanted to at least draw this and finish up the line work for my background that I want to work on. This shouldn't take me too long though. Oh, Nikki, good morning. Yeah, he looks so cute. Look at him. Look at this baby. He will have little like stars just around him. I'm gonna like give him like cuter stars and stuff. Don't worry. He's gonna look super cute. I'm trying to make him as like silly and cute as I can. I know for sure like when I drew God, I forgot his name now. Like it was just the previous pet Stump and Zoro had. I was like looking through my emotes and I was just like, oh my gosh. Look at him. And I couldn't draw animals that well either, but it wasn't as bad. Kiryu, yes. Can you explain the text? No, I forgot it was there. I'm gonna remove it. That was an Izzy original. I'm gonna remove that. Riley getting. I think what happened with that one was because, um, what happened? My sister was asking something. What like? So Izzy was like mad because he taught Wicked had taught a word to Nocti, and it was the word related to that. I can't remember what the fucking word is. I don't even remember what the fuck it was, but it was something related to like to with that image. And I didn't even know what that fucking word meant either, and I was just there like I was like, what the fuck? cuz cuz Wicked just told us. I was not a part of this situation, but it was just so fucking funny cuz I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, are you serious, Nikki? He legitimately just grabbed that picture and like it just I put Wicked's face on it. That's crazy. That's so fucking crazy. He did that on purpose too. Oh my god. But yeah, he Wicked had taught a word to Nocti, and Easy was like, "What the fuck?" And I was just like crying because I'm like, "What the fuck?" And then I think we were streaming. We're doing the big collab stream, and then um Izzy was like, "Okay, since you want to get roasted or like something," and I'm like, what does that mean? And then he shows us the fucking image. I don't know. I think was it the collab? I think it was the collab. Unless it was like we were just like chilling or we were playing. I think well we were playing a game, but I think it might have been the big stream collab. I didn't even I didn't even know. But it was so fucking funny because I just randomly saw it and I was just like, what, what, what is happening? But he did it because of the fucking joke. I think if you ask Wicked, he'll tell you. But I was just like dying, so I put it on stream. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it was the big collab. Mm, that's fine. We're just gonna. Don't. I think if I just do it like that. I woke up early too, cause like I went to sleep a lot yesterday. After work, I was like, I think I need to sleep, cause I was so overwhelmed by so much stuff. Cause like I was telling everybody about like my family situation, and it's not like nothing bad is happening or anything like that. It's just my mom likes to rush to do stuff, and it freaks me out, and I just get so overwhelmed. And I'm just like, why? Why do you do this to me? And my sisters don't understand that, and they were getting mad at me because I was like, my mom shouldn't be doing that stuff. But you know how my mom is. Y'all know how my mom is. I'm just gonna, the fuck. I hate morning people. What the fuck? I usually. Oh, thank you for the project, Ben. I was like, good morning, Ben. I was asleep at like 7 and I woke up at like 11. And then I was like, okay, I need to work on something. So I think I sketched this out at night when, not like when I first woke up, but I think I was like, I need to do something. So I just sketched this thing, like this whole thing. Um, excuse me. And I was like, okay. So I just did this. I think we can leave it at that. I'm not really like a morning person, but because I have to wake up a lot of the time for work, and then my mom likes to go out and eat in the mornings, I wake up to take her and my sister to go eat. But like here I feel like it's kind of normal for people to wake up not really early in the morning, but like early enough to do stuff. And then afternoon is when we go out and do stuff. Double click that. Like I feel like all the time when I'm meeting up with friends, it's always like afternoon because we always do stuff beforehand. Like if it's just like personal matters or like we're just doing other things, and then we're like, oh, let's meet up at and so like 12 or 1 p.m. And it's not a bad thing, of course. It's just like we're all fucking busy. All of my friends, especially. Okay, we can leave that alone for a bit. I was thinking of making. I don't know if I should make him fluffier. I think we should leave him alone, and then I'll see. Work. Yeah. Oh, I'm not trying to save that. I'm trying to press save on this. Yeah. I wake up not really early. I usually wake up like at 7, and then I'm like dragging myself out of bed to go to work. So like I'm always like, I need to get something to eat. And so I'm like in bed for like half an hour to an hour, and I don't get out of bed. Keep talking about, is that what sun goes up? Oh my god, Ben, like crazy. Wow, Waffles wake up at 8. Oh, god damn. Waffles, you're cute. You deserve to wake up whenever you want, and then bother everyone. You can bother all of us. Yeah. Look at him. He's a baby. He deserves to be awakened, like whenever he wants to go out. God damn. I see. I'm pretty lazy on the weekends, but because my family likes to do a lot of stuff. I don't know. I always just try to do whatever they want to do. And then like if there's friends who want to do something, then I try to make time for them because I don't know. I I I try to like schedule everything out. Like if it's like short notice, I think I'm better at that. I just think it's like better to tell me ahead of time, "Hey, do you want to go this and this?" Which is like, yeah, we're we just want like the whole day to hang out. My family, as soon as we're done eating breakfast, we're like, let's go grocery shopping. So that's probably like the main reason. But I'm very lazy after I eat, so I'm kind of like, ugh. Like I always try to like rotate friends too when they want to hang out. So I hang out with one friend 1 month and another month. I think Liquid and Nikki are like probably the most consistent friends I hang out with now, which is really funny. Cuz I don't know, I think it's just fun to hang out with them, of course. But I think it's also cuz they're so chill. So we always end up hanging out. No, Liquid's crying. What is that? Wah. Wah. I love that emote. Did you add that? I kind of can get annoying after a while. Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. That's why I try to kind of schedule it too with my sisters. Like you take my mom out one weekend, like completely out. I'll take her out one weekend, or every like 2 weeks. I'll just be like taking her out. And if I'm really fucking sick of my family, that's when I message. Is you for real? Yes, for yeah, me for real, for real. Um, hang out, yeah, hang out, champions forever, ever, yeah. And like, I forgot what I was saying, but I mean, basically, yeah. It's just like if I get sick enough of my family, I'm like, okay, I need to hang out with my friends right now. I usually hang out with like Nikki and like with the most recently. I had another friend who I love them to death. Um, but it's kind of like a little bit hard to hang out all the time with them because like you I don't know if you guys ever have like a friend who like has it really hard and you're just like there trying to cheer them up every other weekend. And at some point we were going out like a lot, and sometimes you just have to take a break from friends. That's the one thing. And then my bestie, she's also the friend who like hears me out on stuff, but we talk about the craziest shit. Hi, Kobe. Oh my god, the international superstar, Kobe. Oh wait, Kobe, you want to see waffles? I was drying waffles. Look at him. I'm gonna color him so hopefully he like looks a little bit better. Look at him. Look at the boy. He looks like he has glasses. So I don't know. I'm kind of like, we should just like have a separate emo. It's just like him. And I remove the hands and he's just being like, oh, family portrait. Yeah, look at the baby. Oh, thank you. Look at them. And then here is, of course, the cool Zoro and the silent cool Stump. He always I was like talking to Stump about this cuz I was like does he look sad? But I was making him look like this cuz I was thinking of doing this to him. So I don't know if like this still makes him look like look depressing or like what was it? It makes him look sad or like I can't remember what you said. But I was just there like, oh man, how do I make him look like not like weirdly sad? Because I kind of gave you this face to make him look like yeah, you were frowning. So I was just like, oh, how do I make him not look like he's frowning? But I mean, I don't know. I made him really like it was like really late when I drew you, so I was just like oh my god. Yeah, it's one of those things like sometimes friends like you love them. Like if you've been around them for a long time, you love them, but you just like need a break sometimes. And I've and it's like one of those friends who struggle with like getting a job too. And I'm always like I've always been the type who I try to be supportive with a lot of them because I used to have friends who like had no jobs like whatsoever and couldn't get a job. That was when I was younger, and I would suggest so much like different types of jobs and everything, but like they just don't want to. And I'm like, you just have to take a job and just get the experience. That's all you have to do. And it sucks because you can't force anyone to do anything, of course. But all you can do is just be there for them. Maybe I'll just erase that. Yeah, it sucks, but like at the same time, like all you can do is just be there for them, man. And that's the one of the biggest things for me. Like for so many of my friends, like I know for sure I fucking complain about everything, and I just try to be there because I know like people are going through stuff, so all you can do is just talk to them. Oh my god, that made that ugly. Yeah, yeah, but I know for sure like they'll get there eventually. So I one of these days like if they want like advice from me, then I'll give it to them again. But I like after the last time we met up, I suggested something and I think it made them very upset. And it wasn't like out of like being mean or anything like that, of course. It was just like I want to make him his afro is not. I wonder if I can let me put you down a little bit. And like I for sure did not want to work in like certain jobs when I was in college. Like oh no, when I graduated from high school, I didn't want to work in certain jobs. Like I for sure like if I fucking don't want to work in it, I will not work in it. Frex. Bit middle. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should like give you more like softer spots because I know like that. I know for sure like some people want them like their character to be like more geometric. Um, but yeah, it's so hard. And it wasn't like I was saying like, oh, you should work here or something, but it was just more like sometimes you just have to work in different places and just get by. Because they're also like LGBT and everything, and they have issues with their families. And I feel like sometimes you just can't compromise with like the shit that your family is doing. Like for me, I always compromise because like I'm in a big family, and I have to take care of my mom. So I'm always like complaining cuz I'm like, well, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. And but I can talk back to my family. That's the issue. Like they never talk back to their family. But they still like, yeah. I remember I had to go through like 100 different job applications. I had to go through like different temp agencies with my mom. Like during high school, I couldn't get any jobs. But the good thing was like my dad. I would work with him, so at least I had some experience with him. Um, just give him a little. Like I actually made a line. I'm like, hmm. But it was like, I think for sure you just can't be giving like certain people advice. If they don't want it, they just don't want it. And I mean, I've had another friend too. I constantly would tell him like, hey, like you need to like just apply where you can and just take the job. And like, and it was only like recently he was just like, yeah, I should have like listened to the advice a long time ago. Um, and he ended up getting like a good job related to his like degree, and then but now he has the experience of like getting a better job. And that's the one thing I tell people. I'm like, just get the just do something for a year and then get the experience, because your degree, like even with the degree, it's like it's just so fucking hard right now. And I'm pretty sure she's applied to so many jobs, and it's hard to see your friend having to be doing that constantly, like one job after another. But I think she wants more like art related positions. And I didn't even get my job. Like my job wasn't like really art related. Like I mean it was like a fucking sign, like production um like job for a while, and I barely did like any art, but at the same time it was like at least it was something. And even this one, I'm only just now like working on like more art stuff for them. Yeah, and that's the like one thing I wish jobs would do more, like hold on to people who just don't have much experience and just like try to like mentor them. And I was having this conversation with like my manager, and like one of the he's like a fucking paper company like sales rep. I work with him, but he's retired, so it doesn't matter anymore. But I was telling him because he was telling us how like all the older people, they're gonna be retiring in like 5 or 10 years, and so who's gonna be the one to be like working with the company after that, because it's hard to like really get like a new person aboard, from what he was telling me. And I'm like, yeah, but like if you're not really trying to like mentor these younger or this new generation, then you're not going to be finding like better opportunities for the company either. Like what if you find someone who's like going to help you with the company, and like just be able to strive, or like be able to make the company better. And it's just hard. I wonder if I. It's just really hard, I feel, for a lot of companies too. But it's just the older generation too doesn't want to like give in and be like, I feel like they just think it's we're asking for handouts, even though a lot of them didn't even work their way up, like the way, excuse me, like the way a lot of us are. Cause I hate the idea of like, oh, you have to like work your way up in a company organization or something, like as a small fish or something, just because in a company you get experience that way and that's how you build your rank and get somewhere. And I hate the idea in big companies just because it's like a lot of people don't even get the chance of that unless they know the person in the company or they kiss ass. But I think it's more like for me, I hated that concept when I was in high school because I remember when I had to do that for like um was it junior sophomore like year sophomore year for marching band. They called you like a fish, I think. Was it a fish or a crab? I can't remember anymore. But they were like, yeah, you're gonna have to start over because I couldn't start freshman year at my high school. And so they were like, oh, you're gonna have to start over and be a fish or something. And I looked at them, I was like, absolutely not. You're not gonna make me a fucking fish. And I'm not gonna be these um seniors little bitches. Yes. You're either someone or you have to be like corporate yes man. Excuse me. At the bank, never worked a day in his life until he looked like a mouth breather. That's crazy. There's like one person I've talked about this girl, but like me and my old coworkers last year when she like they were still there, they were fired or like left. Were saying that she was probably like someone handed her the job because genuinely like so much of the shit she was doing when my other coworkers were around was like really fucking weird, and then she would never want to work with us. And even now she's still having issues with like working with others, and it's been like I think she's going on to her fourth year. And my coworkers were like pissed because they were like every single time they've like asked her like please give us like the work that or something, if you need help ask us or something, and then she just would never do it. And then she whenever we'd have like, oh, you got a new emo, um and then like whenever we'd go out she would just like join us, like she wouldn't ask, she would just join us. And it was so odd. I mean, we were fine with it, but we were just like, she would just sit there and then she wouldn't really like talk to us. Oh, what does it say? Is it just what does it say? Con todo el elefante. What does that mean? It's so fucking annoying because now they were saying how one of the programs we use for like one of the websites we use for helping organize the company, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna be adding well, not me, not us. They're gonna be adding AI to the website now." And I'm like, "We don't fucking need AI to this shit. We need some people to fucking understand the issues we're having because lately we've been having so many issues with the website. Yep, 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 yep. So many issues with the website, and it's like, I'm like, I don't fucking want whatever the shit they're selling. Like, I just want them to fix the fucking website." And like we got the website for us to organize everything better, and then we we got certain things just so that like it just it just works better. And like that's why they fired my previous coworker who I kind of have taken over her position by force, not really like I wanted to do, because they replaced her. What she was doing, she was doing some like artwork for them, but it was like it takes so much time for it, like for you to do it. And I was just like I was like, man, I don't fucking do any of this shit, but I have to do it because I'm the only one who really knows how to do these things. And we made it more automated so it's easier. And she would use like Adobe and like I don't know if it was Photoshop or InDesign, but she would use that to make signs and everything automated for products and all that shit. And I was just like, I was like, oh my god, I don't want to do any of this shit. I hate it. I don't want to do none of this. But like, I'm the only one who can, and the new guy, I guess he has so much stuff to do. The manager's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give you this work, even though I have to pack up boxes and shit immediately all the time. I told him like the other day I was so fucking tired, man. I looked like I was genuinely so tired that I was gonna fucking die. And I'm exaggerating, but at the same time, I was just like, ugh. Like I think that's why I just took yesterday off because I was like, damn, I need to like take a break or I will crash horribly the next few days. So that's why I took a nap yesterday all night, sort of. And the project manager is gonna give. I was like, you gotta get the fuck out of here, bro. That's crazy. Every single time someone's like, we're gonna do NFTs and crypto, I'm like, no, can we not do that? You know, someone's focusing about another value areas. Yeah, and the one thing that was annoying, managers like take on the naps is just sleeping. I know, but I was like, technically, like I never take a nap, so this is kind of like a nap, or I never really. They're calling me out. But I was sleeping more yesterday because like as soon as I got home, I kind of fell asleep and then I woke up. I think it was like a 20-minute sleep, and then I woke up and I was eating, and then I went back to sleep. Well, no, I let the food rest, and I went back to sleep for a little bit. Kobe laughing at me. Corporate still understand that using AI products makes you look cheap and untrustworthy. Yes, and that's the one thing I keep telling people. I'm like, no, we can't be fucking using AI. It's just not fucking good for us. But it's, you know, it is what it is. I'll give him like a cute little after. I feel like I made this too short, so I think I'm gonna like clean it up in a minute. Unless you're okay with that, Stump. I think I like the way he was with like. Amimir. Yeah. My nephew's screaming right now. He's just like gaming. Bro, he was like up all night, apparently. And I didn't realize how late it was when I heard him shouting. It was like almost 2 a.m. And I was like, you better go sleep. But my sister, I think, got home and she was like, excuse me, why are you awake? But then he went downstairs and my mom was mad because he started shouting. Like, why are you shouting, child? You don't need to be shouting. Cute. Oh. Oh, really? Hi, Emily. I thought you were Nikki because your colors were the same. I was like, oh, Nikki's just seeing the trivia. Hello, Emily. How are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday. Waffle looks so happy. Yes. So rowdy, yeah. Boys are always like that. That's just how my nephews are. Oh, what did I say? I don't remember. Oh, I was saying if you like the jaw I did or if you want me to make it less pointy. I feel like I made this bad. Hold on. Cuz I made it like this. So I don't know if I should like hmm. That's good. Liquid. I'd say that. I just like literally like I didn't even look at the names. I was just like purple? I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nikki. I'm sorry, Emily. I'm so sorry. Has the same color. What color? Who also has a pink color name as Liquid? There's someone else who does, and I can't remember who. Oh, my music end. Work. I don't want to work. Oh wait. I don't want to work. We're gonna listen to recession pop playlist now. There can't be. It's impossible. Liquid BB. Oh, that's good. I hope you're like doing a lot better now, though. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love the GG emotes. That made me so happy. I need to draw GG soon. I was thinking about it too. I was like, I should draw the hollow girls. I never really draw them. Mostly cause like their designs are so hard. Also, I don't think I can draw this like ripped up area that Zoro has, so I'm just gonna draw like a tiny bit. Hello. Thank you for gifting a sub to Liquid. Hello. They got what? Are you serious? That's crazy. Fuck yeah. You like I love drawing characters, but when they got detailed ass designs, I'm kind of like, this a little hard. That's crazy. Oh, my alarm going off. Oh shit. What time did my friend text me? Okay, so she's gonna be here in like uh okay, my friend's gonna come here at like 15 minutes. So I'm gonna head off in like a minute, but I'm only gonna be getting stuff from her because she's dropping off the merch from the shop because I never got to like pick up the shop stuff. Kobe's so fucking nice. Look at her. Y'all follow Kobe. She's so fucking cool. I love Kobe. That is my oomphy right there. Also, also follow Liquid because he started streaming more. And Nikki. We need to follow everybody. Why am I getting mentioned on Tumblr? Hello? Am I getting added about some weird shit? Okay. Ma without being able to enjoy Q's meme. Not in my watch. That's crazy. Thank you for shouting out Nikki. Nikki especially has been streaming more and she is super chill. So you guys gotta watch Nikki. She's been playing what was the game you were playing? The Hello Kitty Adventures? I think Nikki wanted to did she want to play like Animal Crossing 2 soon? I can't remember. But yeah, I think in like 15 minutes I'm gonna take a break. I should be fine though. Hello, Kobe. You're crazy. Thank you for gifting us up to Nikki. Oh my gosh. Whoa, crazy, Kobe, you're amazing. I know for sure. Izzy might be asleep, but he's been having a rough time right now. So if you guys are good friends with Izzy, go tell him. Go tell him that we love him. Give him a hug or something, because he has been having a rough time recently. Yeah, I know for sure. Like, if people want to DM him too and just tell him that we care about him, that's good. But either way, just saying we care about Izzy is good. He probably he I don't know if he's in the chat, but he also doesn't like too much attention. So if you know him, if you don't, just wish him. Hope everything goes out better for him. Yeah, we love Izzy in this hood. We love Izzy in this home. I don't know if I should just make him like addicted to you. Oh yeah, I have a Izzy emote. If you have a sub for me, I have a emote of me hugging Izzy in his like cute little form, which is really funny. People don't know that's Izzy. I need to draw reference sheets of me and Izzy and like, but like, of course you're not gonna know because it's just like the bat form. Yes. Can't go down. Sing a dance and it's all around. Apple cat run. Oh, that's cute. I love that one. Oh, really? Thank you. It's really funny because I didn't really realize Izzy really wanted my like pink hair until like he straight up just like was like, yeah, if you draw me, just give me pink hair, and I'm like, bet, because my old form I had pink hair, and I think it's cute. I think it also like pops because we both have like chupacabra, of course, like detailing and everything, but like I think the pink hair is very nostalgic for him. If you were around like when I had my pink hair, you would like see the difference. Oh, I do have a little thing to I have like a thing where I did for character designs, but I have to open them up. I wanted to do like little stuff right now until December. But if there's people asking for it, I don't mind opening them up. Did someone message me? The fuck? I thought someone messaged me. Guess not. Oh, is that the emo? Oh, that's so cute, the homies. Pink and green, yes. Yeah, I think that's also too, because it's like when I first designed my character, I should show this off a little bit. Let me see if I can find my old design really quick to show you guys. Cause I had like my pink hair, and then when I wanted to make like a crazy form, I had the green hair, and so that's why I changed to like a green hair. God, I'm showing my baby designs. Um, this is the first model I made, and then I never made it into like a proper model. I actually kind of like the way I did some of the stuff, so I'm thinking in the future of like making something similar, but it was very like cyber techwear, so I didn't like it as much. um but then this was like supposed to be my like monsterish type of form, and like more chupacabra-esque. And I was like, one of my friends made a comment, I think it was Lucky from Fluffy Arcade, and then they were like, oh, green would probably suit you better. And I was like thinking about it for a long time because I really like the green of it, and so I ended up picking green. Um, And of course, like my older one has green, but then I was like, I feel it's too bright sometimes, so that's why I made my new form that's coming soon. I will have a 3D model debuting. Not sure when. I'm kind of thinking around Christmas, but I'm gonna have like a debut video soon. Gonna close it out, but it'll be eventually. Eventually, it'll be. Also, when that debut happens, I'm gonna have like a funny little stream where I'm gonna be showing off some foods or like foods I'm gonna try out, and I think it shouldn't mess with me. I think around that time I'm gonna be like not dieting, but like eating a bit better, so at least I'm not like dying when I'm eating them. Or yeah, I might invite other friends who want to try it out, but I don't know if I want to do it like in person with them or just like give them and then like do it like like online. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I'm kind of like because I don't know if they want to try out foods with me. I'm really excited too. I need to see if the face is gonna be like similar to my old one, but it's gonna be a little bit different. Um, I like it a lot. I think for sure it's gonna be new. So it's just one of those things. You just gotta get used to it. But I know in the future I'm considering getting like alternate outfits. Um related to the gas station, so I might get that. But I think I need to like figure out how to like get my 3D model 24/7 when I stream or like use it more. Ooh, 5 stream streak. Spin me around. Was my friend outside? I think I hear noises. She is. We'll have to be right back. I can take a quick break. No, it's not them. I think it's my neighbors just making a lot of noise. Finally, I can meet 3DQ and 3D Beat Model with 3D Beat Model. We gotta do something together. Of course, like nothing like we don't gotta do like anything crazy. Of course. Oh, okay, that made it better. But we can do like a fun little collab one day. I'm just one thing is like I'm still trying to figure out how people do like 3D stuff like collabs. Yeah. So the one thing I was considering doing a VCAT booth too, but because my models weren't ready, I couldn't do it. And so I think next year, I'm gonna be starting like my a booth, like working on it. But because I want to stream more, I want to make more videos so that I can have more things to like showcase. Of course, like my art and then like my 3D models. Um, so that'll be like something that I'm gonna be working on. Um, and then of course it's gonna be showing my 3D models, my art commissions, and then my shop. And then I'm gonna see if I can add other people in the background, but I want to see like the way other people do it. I'm still kind of like on the fence because I'm like, oh my god, there's so much stuff that I need to like work on. So it's just gonna be like a big thing. Um, I get so nervous when I work on big projects too because I feel like I'm not doing things properly sometimes or like I don't know. I just think I overwhelm myself too. So it's gonna be like a big thing next year. Yes. I'll make so many screenshots together. Yes. I also am gonna have it on my I also have my model on VR chat, so if we wanna do like a hangout, just like let me know too, Kobe. I don't know how your hands are, so I'm just gonna give you like pointy hands. Or should I give him like robotic? Just like that. Let's erase that, make them better. So I'm gonna be ready for that. Yeah, they're like Lego hands. Damn, this music goes off. God damn. Oh, I remember. I just remembered. It's gonna be covered. All that tinkering for nothing. Is my sister leaving? Guess so. So I think for sure. I think if we also just want to do like a meetup together. We can on like VR chat just to let me know. Oh, thank you. Thank you. If you do models, exclamation models, you can see who made this model and then my credits too on my bio. From my mama. I got it from my. I think maybe. Yeah, I keep growing the list. One of these days, I'm just gonna have to like. I was considering making a page on Card. Um, like removing my portfolio or disabling temporarily, and then making a page for all my models of stuff that I've made and I've used. So if I ever use it in the future. Um, yeah, live 2D rigger darkest for my old model. Crazy this page. My hot dog model by Ruder, my 3D Halloween model by Trobot, my normal gremlin model Andy, my 3D model, excuse me, my 3D model by Audrey Local Toy, the one that is like a polygon that's like more pixely, the old one that I have, and then VC face rigged by 3D model by Frexel, bro. There's like a long list. I need to like actually make a whole fucking graph of everything one of these days. Does it not show the new model? Okay, I'm gonna have to put the new one because I just haven't had time to update everything. Oh my god, I need to update everything. But it should be in my bio who it is and the link, like actual link, because this just tells you the names, but my bio has the links for the new ones, which I know. I'm sorry, I'm horrible, absolutely horrid. I need to make sure to update all that. Oh, I love all the people who work with me with like my models. I love all of them. Like how much work that they put into it. Oh, of course, not like personal love or anything like that. But like I love the work that they put into it, and as an artist myself, I just understand how much they put into these pieces, and I appreciate all of them because I know like every single time I get like a new model or something, I try to tip if I can. Um, I just there's they work so hard, and it's just fucking insane the amount of work that a lot of them do. And I always find new artists, which is like crazy because I'm like, whoa, how are you not like big by now? But a lot of them just aren't big and are like barely starting out. Like the rigger who made my face, I need to put them like for my old, not my old model, but my previous model that was my 3D model who Andy made. When he made like the like all of the detailing of like my mouth moving and everything, I just found that really insane because they're a furry artist and so they have a better understanding of like certain features. And when I found them, they were just like nobody had commissioned them, and I was just so surprised. I think I might have them in my bio. If I don't, I actually need to update that because it was really crazy, like just how much work. Because I have it on my VGen. If you go on my portfolio, you can my portfolio, my characters, you can see the work that they did. But like, the Natbat. Natbat. If you guys ever like want to find like a good art kit artist, they do really fucking good stuff. I need to add them. Do I have them in my bio? I might not have in my bio. Also, hi Manuel. I'm so sorry. I should say hi earlier. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, my friend's here. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna update that artist in a minute. But they should be. If they're not in my credits, I'll credit them. But no, they're not. But I'm gonna link them right here. This is like the one who made like my one of my 3D art kit. Yeah, it's for OS expressions. And they do amazing like expressions in my opinion. I think I might see, but I need to get permissions from Andy in the future for that kind of stuff. I'll be right back though. My friend's outside, so I'm gonna go get my art stuff. So you guys enjoy the music while I go be right back, and I gotta go to the bathroom too. Hello. How's everybody doing? My friend got really into looking at the puppies we had. So hello, Legion. How are you? Taco time? Taco time? What kind of tacos? Chicken taco? Meat tacos? Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Legion. Bubby, yeah. I haven't told people about the puppy because one, I don't really like to talk about the pups, like dogs. My dog always has a new puppy only because, like, not every year, but only because my family hasn't really had the money to like get her surgery. So when my newest puppy came in, Luna, I did get her surgery, but next year we will be I will be funding my the surgery for her. And it's a little bit hard because they're pricey. And I tried getting an insurance for her, for Luna, but apparently the insurance didn't cover, so I had to cancel it and I had to pay out of pocket. But next year I will be getting insurance for her, but it's hard for me because my family really doesn't like taking care of the dogs. So my oldest dog Maxie has had a puppy. So right now she had a few puppies, but I think because of the winter, I didn't know anything that she had a puppy either. Only like 2 days ago, or was it like a day after she had them? So right now, she has only one puppy because she's also older and can't have a lot of puppies like she used to. Um, so we're gonna see how we're gonna race this one. If this one survives, then we're gonna give her away. So that's the future plan because I can't have any more puppies, and it makes me sad when I talk about her. This is why I don't talk about my dogs because they're not really my dogs. They're like my sister and my parents' dogs who like I had to take care of over the years. One day I'll take like pictures of them and show you guys, but right now they're she's still trying to like see like we're still trying to see how this one will survive because like the they also have had a lot of health issues over the years. But my friend really wanted to see the puppy, and I was like, okay, I'll show you the puppy. I usually don't show the puppies unless they're like actually like can walk around because they just like have had a lot of health issues. I think it also that has to do with like older as like dogs get older. But I will show you guys pics when like maybe in a few weeks. But also good morning, Izzy. Sorry this got like a little bit sad. But my family is like really not the greatest when it comes to like animals. So right now I'm just gonna like take care of the puppy and her and see how that's gonna go. I'm gonna see if I can find a little home in like a few weeks once the puppy's like 8 weeks old, I think. Maybe about 9. But I usually like we hope to get someone to like get adopted. That's also why Luna couldn't get adopted because oh wait. Cause it was hard to find anyone for her. Because people don't want female puppies, and then the last puppy we just got is a female puppy. So you know, people don't want female puppies. But right now we're gonna see. There was one neighbor that was interested, but he wanted a male puppy, and the one male puppy that she had passed away. It's also why I was a little bit tired recently because we were trying to take care of the puppies and they passed away unfortunately. But luckily the one is alive now and we're taking care of Mama Maxie. Okay, so I think this is done. If you have anything, like any detailing you want me to remove, let me know. Stump if you're still around. Taking care of puppies is hard, honestly. Usually don't like after Luna, I was like, we can't have another puppy. We don't have the money for it, and then we can't. Like, I mean, if anything, like I'll see if there's someone who will take care of the doggy. But my sisters are, and well, my older sister, my dad are pretty like irresponsible when it comes to like getting dogs. Um, Before Maxie, we like always had small dogs, never big dogs. And I had like a smaller dog at some point. Like not a dog. I had like one big dog. Like they were a puppy and then they like something happened, very tragic happened. So I couldn't I was just like, I don't know if I want like another big dog. But now we have now Maxie and Blue and Luna. So I'm happy at least we have them cuz I do love big dogs. They're just so much work. And my oldest sister loves dogs, so she likes to like get a dog, and
Bow,
if she can't
bow,
take care of it, she
bow,
just won't take
bow,
care of it.
bow, bow,
Oh,
bow.
hello, Tadish. Thank you so much. Thank you for the biddies. Yeah, I for sure we're gonna see what we're gonna do with the doggies. I know we can't take care of them, so I'm gonna see like who can adopt them in the future. But yep, I know next year too. I'm gonna be like I said, I'm gonna take Maxie to get Spade finally because I finally have money to take her. But you know when you have people who don't understand that you can't let the dogs out, can't do much about that. Yeah, Izzy, what's up? Also, I hope you're having a good day, Todish. Excuse me. Oh, I also updated my bio so you can see. Oh my god, the fucking bat, bro. When you Nocti was saying yesterday, you linked the bat and it was fucking killing her. It was just so fucking funny. Like, look at that shit. That's so fucking funny. This is me when I mean I'm gonna grab you. This is what I mean. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. I love that thing. Yeah, for sure. That's one of the annoying things when I have to deal with my family. I can't really do anything with like the stuff that they're doing. And so all I can do now is just figure out ways to like take care of the doggies. I know this is a different bat. I'm just saying this is like really funny. Hold on, let me show you guys what Izzy was sending me. Oh shit, it's not letting me click on it. Oh, they got fucking fat. I should have like a little showcase of puppies of like bats and like images people show me. I was considering having like a TV around here where people show me. So I'm thinking of working on like a TV asset. Bat upholding. Yes. Ugh. So I gotta say, I do appreciate you, Tadish, because you have been around recently, and I'm like, it's really crazy to meet new people. So it's cool to like when you go into like new communities and like people just end up chilling with you and being like, just you end up gaining like new friends that way. Oh, my friend just messaged me. She's like, if the puppy does survive, then she'll ask around if anybody wants to adopt a puppy. Yay! It's also hard, like trying to get people to like adopt puppies too. Because I've had times where like I have gone out, be like, hey, do you want to adopt puppies and everything from like different shelters? But, oh my gosh. Oh, and then we were not sure if someone stole my Dungeon Meshi button or I sold it, so she was like a bit worried. So she checked that for me. Right now I'm gonna after this I'm gonna do inventory of all the stuff that I sold and then all the things because I have to do inventory, for next year's taxes. Um, it's fucking. Apparently, she found out that someone might have stolen like one or two things from her stuff. This is my friend who I work with the shop, Game Crack Arts, our shop. If people don't know, do I have like is this shop? Yeah. You can also like see above. You can see above to Game Crack Arts, but Danny works with me, and we were saying how like some stuff like might have gotten stolen. We're not sure about. I think it was specifically just her stuff though. So luckily, we're gonna see. I'm gonna do inventory of everything right after the stream. Yeah, I know, but that's the one of the things that like you kind of have to like expect when you're selling stuff. But luckily um it wasn't expensive, so and people have been donating to our shop, so I'm grateful at least that we have really good friends and we've met really nice people. And we didn't really have to pay much for like the I like having our shop in the boba place. So that's a good thing. We're just hoping we can find one of these days a place to like do more like what's it called, like more vending, I guess, like more places for conventions, although they're very expensive, so we're gonna see in the future. It'll be in the future, not right now, so no worries on that. I think for sure it was a nice experience for us because it was our first time really doing anything like that, and we want to like find like more local places here. um so in the future, I think we're gonna be trying out different like festivals and conventions, and I will let you guys know and like what we're gonna be doing. Thank you for the head pat, AG. I hope you're feeling better. Give hugs to me, big brother, Easy. Hold on, I'm gonna do a hug. Oh, it reminds me. I was saying earlier. I'm thinking of making a reference sheet for you and me on like our cryptid forms. So that'll be soon too. Maybe after I finish. I'm gonna work on the background right now though. After I color these. Oh, my feet. Wait, let me check. Did Stump get the option of like getting more details? Let me check on that. Yeah, give Izzy hugs. He deserves it. Bulletproof. This time, maybe. I think like it would be good to. I'm gonna start trying to like walk more again because I have been so busy that I haven't been able to really like exercise like I used to. I hate that like something happens and I just immediately just stop exercising. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? And I mean, and I know I shouldn't like be too mad about it, but it's like, what the fuck? You get like some time off and then you get other times off and now you can't exercise. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, stepping outside is always important. You always taking a break and going outside is important. Yesterday, like after I finished work, I was like, I'm just gonna go walk around the grocery store and like I didn't really have to buy anything, but I was like, well, let me just go buy something. And I actually bought some food for my sisters and I even said, I'm not going to buy you guys food because every single time I buy food for y'all, you guys take it for granted and get mad at me. And I was just going to be like, fuck it. But then I was like, well, it is what it is. I always like don't know how to do detailing for this, so I think I'm just gonna do like yeah. But so I just went walked around for a bit. I wonder if I can just we're just gonna do like that. Oh god. Oh god, really, Talish? Hopefully you're not it's not like too bad. I know for sure when I'm like I come back from like a break of like not walking around much. I'm always like, oh fuck, I'm so sore. And it's always like you just have to like take like time to I guess like practice more self-care in that type of like way cuz I know it's difficult to really like just start exercising and be like, yeah, I'm going to exercise. Yeah, yeah, I'm going to do this. But like it does take time and you shouldn't feel bad either like whenever you're like tired. And that's what like people always tell me too. Like you like it's gonna be hard the first time, but once you start exercising or walking around more, it'll be great. It'll be good for you. You'll start feeling better. And like even like for me, once I stopped exercising, I immediately I was like, uh, because of my acid reflux. Yeah. Mhm. That's the one thing. Once I started working in my newer job, sorry, I'm trashing something. I felt a lot better walking around because in my old job, I was like exercising, not exercising, but I was moving around more and not really exercising like how I wanted. And it was just giving me like horrible back pain. I was lifting up 50 to like 100 pound material and it was just like I think because of that I started getting a really bad back issue and now it's better but like imagine having that and some people don't know but like imagine having that and then acid reflux at the same time it was like horrible and I think around the same time I started meeting a lot of like my current friends and I started talking to people more but it was just like I was out for like a year I think from the communities I just couldn't talk to people because I was so sick but like it's important to just keep doing stuff that you think you can do to improve your health. um Even just walking around for like half an hour people say it's good for you and that's what they've told me my whole fucking life and I never really believed it either just because I just never trusted people and like I had horrible self-esteem even worse than now so the only way for you to get better is to just take care of yourself. That's good, Emily. Oh god. Yeah, that's one thing for acid reflux for me. I need to like not eat right before bed. I have to like I have to eat good. You can't be eating this. And like I started ignoring it for a bit, so my acid reflux came back. And it's not as bad today, but it was like really bad the other day. So I started drinking a bunch of meds, not meds, but like my teas and then I started walking more and I started skipping lunch. So I can't eat a lot. Right now you can kind of hear it that I can't talk very well, but that's just cuz like I've been eating a lot recently. Um, but it'll get better. I just need to take care of myself. But it's good to have people also to remind you that like it'll take time for you to really take care of yourself. Oh, I was too into fucking I was too into painting Zoro. I forgot Stump's freaking clothes. I'm sorry. I got too distracted by the detailing. But the good thing is like it does get better after a while. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, you started Ozempic. That's good. Ozempic. I don't know why I can't say the name. Yeah, I know for sure it'll take some time for me. I just want to like be able to move around more. But at least I'm not at the point I used to be. Cause liquid can tell you, I was just like, oh, dying. And like liquid Izzy, everybody, all my friends were just like, yeah, it was not great for you, honey. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Tadish. Thank you so much. Thank you for being well. This is the new name for my followers. Thanks for being a sucker. Only because chupacabras translated is goat suckers. And I wanted it to tie it to my gas station because I want my gas station to kind of be a grimy place that we sell stuff, goat sucker. So I'm like, thanks for being a sucker. Because at first I wanted to be people to think they're getting ripped off, but they're not. So thanks for being a sucker. Oh, I need to get the colors for suckers is cute. Okay, I'm glad people will like it because before it was cutie, but I'm not a big fan of people calling me cute constantly. Who up sucking they goat? Really? Okay, I'm glad people were fine with that because I was just like, yeah, like lollipops. I was thinking about that too, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So I am thinking of working on some like cute little mascots for like people who are like suckers and like their customers, but more like just goat suckers, just from the goat. And I have shown art from the gas station, like the logo and everything recently. So if you have seen it, um, it's gonna be tied into that. So I'm gonna see next year if I can get like a new outfit, not like newish, but like more like a gas station outfit, and then I'm gonna be working on like the suckers how they're gonna look because I want them to be a mix between like Lucy and Stan. Um, who are my little mascots, my TTS bots. So here's like Stan and then here's Lucy. So I want them to be kind of like a mix between these two. So it's only like I'm gonna work on them soon. But I love like my favorite like I love how energetic Stan is, but I love Lucy's design. So it's gonna be like later. Oh no no no, it's okay. I think if I'm good friends with people, I don't mind it. But there's some people who my issue was like I was constantly getting called cute to the point where like it would derail a conversation. So it would be like 30 minutes of Carnos is cute, Carnos is cute, Carnos is cute. I was like, we don't need to be doing that right now. So I kind of have had to be like step away a little bit because it feels very overwhelming for me when people put their attention in that sort of way. I don't mind it when people say it like every once in a while, but like if you're like Cardinals is cute. Like if you're just constantly like saying that and not letting me have like a proper conversation, it makes me really uncomfortable. Yeah, I at this point I was kind of considering doing a C word pass, but I was just like, I don't think we need it. But just know like I care about like a lot of my friends and everything, and I just have boundaries over certain things, and like for sure you guys can call my model cute. I'm good with that. I'm fine. Like cool. But like when we're having a conversation, don't derail the conversation because it's very like hard for me to continue the conversation. I think also because I have gone through so much stuff the past year, it's made me just uncomfortable. I have said this before, but of like some of the stuff that's happened, some people know it, some people don't know what's happened, but we're just gonna keep going, and hopefully like everybody gets to like you guys are like welcome to say it, of course. Just remember it like don't say a lot. It's one of those things. It's just like it's just a lot. Thank you for a hip pat. I need to put a hip pat on myself. I should have done that earlier. I'm so sorry. Let me get a hip pat. I I for sure I think also it has to do with like I might need to get therapy in the future because of the stuff that I've gone through. But it's okay. I'm not going insane that much. What was boggy? Look at him. Also, hello Hika, how are you? Welcome in, buddy. I know, don't they look cute? Doesn't look don't they all look cute? Look at them. I'm gonna see if I can make I'm gonna I don't know if that's really orange. Is this too orange, y'all? Or should I make it like a little bit more like this? And then add the colors in? I think I might like remove that. Does waffles have pink? Okay, they do have pink. Let me make it a little bit lighter. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just gonna make this lighter. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. Oh my god. Oh, I was gonna say too. Oh, if you guys want, I post a lot of my like sketches on my Discord, so you can join. Oh, I gotta fix the hell. Change it to suckers. I kind of went through a phase where I was changing the name so much, so that's gonna be something I'm gonna mess with later. It's so funny because Nocti's community is called Hellions. And I didn't realize until like after I got that he's a Cheeto. He's a Cheeto. So that's gonna be like another thing later. I'll have to mess with that. God, there's so much stuff I need to update. Um, I'll update that later. You love me. Working on a pic of me for Charlotte's title in Discord. Oh, I can't wait. I want to see that. I do love Wolf Steak's work. Oh, you guys should follow also he does so much good art. He's done some stuff for Southside, like animations wise. Animations wise. I need to watch your stream more, Higa. I always feel like there's like oh my god, my nephew screaming. I always feel like there's like odd times where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch you, and then I watch you for like a little bit, but I get so busy. Like I can barely watch some of the girls these days. Y'all, it's so bad. I used to watch like 10 streamers at once. Some people will know this. But I used to watch like 10 or 20 streamers, like 10 to 20 streamers at a time. Back when I was going to college. This is like 2021. And now it's like harder for me to watch everybody. Oh my god. I have been trying to like just peek at people's streams when I can though. Of course, like it's interesting to like be able to watch some people Like Charlotte is another who I want to watch more. I just think their community is really chill too. Although I don't know if I'll be joining the Discord soon. Maybe later. Yeah. Yeah. I would have I would have 10 to 20 streamers. No, I would actually have only like 5 streams open at once, but I would like watch a little bit, watch another one, but I would have them throughout the week. God, that is so fucking funny. Given your nephew graduated for what? Is it hilarious? Inappropriate to give your nephew who graduated from Police Academy all the Police Academy movies because I did. I mean, that's up to you. I think I mean, I would be like, "Oh, here, have fun." uh, I'm sorry. That made me laugh cuz Nikki was like Nikki was so worried. No. Throughout the week I would watch 10 to 20 streamers. This was when I was in school and I couldn't leave the house because it was around COVID, and so I would just have like 10 to 20 streamers. That made me so fucking. Oh my god! I'm so sorry. That sounded so fucking insane to me. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it is a little bit insane when you're not used to like watching the monster. I wish I understood that reference, clockwork oranging. I think I understand what it means, but it's kind of funny. You get overstimulated by being asked to. By the way, this was like back in 2021 when I was not working and all I was doing was going to school. Um, and I was like, what was I doing? I didn't have any responsibilities around that time. That was like also before my mom got sick. So it wasn't when I was like, I was doing so much stuff at once. So if could be like, chat, is this real? What the fuck do you mean? Making a Gilbora? Oh, okay. Oh, that's gonna be cool. I gotta look. You gotta show me that. If you want, you can DM me that. I gotta look at that shit. That's cool. Not being like bad, but I like looking at art and stuff like that. If you're on my Discord, you can link art stuff there too. If you're more comfortable in showing people that. Oh, Emily, you joined the server. Welcome in. But yeah, you can in my server. You can post art of like people what people have made for you and what you've done. I'm thinking of having days where I can showcase artwork. I'm I'm trying to like think of it. um Did you just put all the fucking emotes? That was my brain in 2021. I would just be there like I by the way, this was such a time for me cuz I would just be there like watching so many streamers at once. I feel like most people used to just watch that many streamers though back in the beginning though. I feel like that was a thing people would do. Yeah, for sure. Whenever like things are done. But I'm just saying this was like before I had to like do a lot of stuff because I wasn't as overstimulated back in the day. I also think because of COVID, I might have gotten some stuff because I used to be better with paying attention, but now I really can't pay attention to a lot of stuff. But like this was also before I was sick, so this was like not around the time I was like really like that sick. So if I was kind of like still around, like still a little bit better, um, I would have probably have been like I would probably have been doing the same shit now, but like because I wasn't sick. I was kind of like I had more energy. I was doing more stuff, but also we were in COVID times, lockdown, so I was doing a lot more things. It's really funny though now thinking about it because I always tell people about this, but I didn't realize I haven't told this to people recently that I used to do that. No, I can't. I can't watch like more than two streamers nowadays. But it's just funny. Yeah. Yeah. What is that? Is my brother-in-law outside? Did he just fucking beep at my house and just pass by like an insane person? My brother-in-law. If I go outside, I might actually fight him. Sorry, he was being annoying. Yeah. Also, good morning, little shiny. Did I say that to you? I feel like I did, but I can't remember. It's a problem for me now after being bad. Yeah, after you get sick, it really like changes your brain chemistry. Can you stop beeping? Why are you beeping? Do you need something? It's my brother-in-law, but I don't know why he's beeping. Is he? Do I need to go outside right now? Local chupacabra in jail. This man is beeping. Bro, this is the ghetto. I'm saying this is the ghetto right here. Oh my god, look at him. Do I need to should I okay. Hold on, my mom's saying something. Okay. She was leaving. That's why he was beeping. I'm like, my mom literally just came from the fucking church and she's leaving again. Yeah, I think isekais are just really like you know what's happening, so you get kind of like you're used to it. I know I sound insane. But isekai is like since you fucking know what's gonna happen, you just go like, okay, we're gonna watch this over and over again. But I mean, I've never said I was sane person, so I'm kind of used to it. I think I'm gonna remove this. It's a little bit better. I don't know. I think I'm gonna remove that so it doesn't look like he has glasses. Okay, that's better. I'm gonna color this. Let me check if he wanted like detailing to it. I only wanted the color nugs. Nugs. I only wanted the color waffles. I was thinking about nugs. Oh my god. I actually I have his reference sheet saved, so that's why I was thinking about him. He's like right here. I kept thinking about him. I want to draw that little thing. You know what I wanted to do? I wanted to draw um like like a nug sona cuz you know how people have like I think coconuts have their own sonas. I wanted to do one of me. And like I've been thinking about that recently a lot. Wait, where's the fucking order? Not order. Artist board. Did he get he I know he wanted colored, which is fine. But I wanted to see if there was any extra coloring he wanted. Just simple flats. Okay, that's good. Make Nugs the fat bat. What do you mean? Oh, okay. That one that you sent me. Look at him! I'm just now realizing I'm like finishing up. I'm gonna like add a tiny bit of like brown here. Oh shit. Oh, I need to clean that. Oh, my music stopped. Hold on. I thought when Stump would talk about waffles, he was like, you thought you were talking about actual waffles? I actually want some fucking waffles right now. You know the most insane thing I got yesterday was like, I think I told some people this, but my sisters really wanted to try these Dubai cupcakes, and I was like, okay, I'll go get them tomorrow. So I got them, bro. Excuse me. I was dying. It was so much sugar. So I'm probably gonna like see if there's any putty that wants to try them out, cause oh my god, there's so much chocolate. Hmm. Or we can do like this. It was a lot. Stuffing waffles the other day. What? The other night. What? That sounds fucking good. Um I know it was like a cupcake, a chocolate cupcake, and then it was frosting on top, but then it was Dubai in the middle of it, and then it was like crunchy chocolate shavings on it. It was so much, and I just looked at it. I was just like, I only ate half of it, by the way. I was just dying. Yeah, and I was telling my sisters, I was like, if this had fucking fruits, I was even telling Izzy, I was like, if this had fruits, I would have enjoyed this, but this is not. This did not have fruits, so I did not like this experience. Oh, what the hell? What happened? What? Can I give like a little blush? Can I give him a little blush, or should we just do like a green blush? I'm gonna give him like a tiny little blush, and then we're gonna do like maybe brighter, a little bit brighter. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. Like that. I think it is for this though. And then give this like um but I'm gonna make this like no. You use stuffing like Thanksgiving stuffing into a waffle iron and press it. Oh wow, that sounds good though. My I know next week no. The week for Thanksgiving I'm gonna be helping my mom make Thanksgiving. stuffing. So, oh, thank you. Waffles are so fucking cute. If you join the server, you will see also a lot of waffles pictures. Stump likes to post. It's so fucking cute. I might make this a little bit more saturated. Yeah, there you go. The colors looked a little bit off, so I was like, we have threads that's all animals, so you can also post like all your pets in there. Um, we also have IRL thread. It's under media share, I think, and you can post like any IRL stuff too, even your pets. Um, so people can just post stuff there. Um, I think for now I'm gonna see actually. Damn. Probably a little bit hungry, so I think I'm not right now, but after the stream, I'm gonna get something to eat while I work on inventory. This, I wonder if this looks good. I'm gonna add sparkle. Oh. Maybe I should cut this out. No, I think it's fine. Oh, nice. Welcome in, everybody who's joined. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I shouldn't be doing that. I think the smoothie is finally going down. Love you, bitch. I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Thank you for redeeming that sound. The funny one. I like that sound so much. And so it's one of those that I feel like I used to use so much, but then I stopped using recently. But I used to use it a lot to friends. Okay, I think I'm might be done, but I'm gonna send this to Stump. If there's any details, he can let me know. Look at my boy. Look at him. He looks like a little guy. Emily saw that wave emote. You never seen that wave emote? Thank you for the satyr work, honk. Let me see. I don't know if he's in the chat, but if you want me to change anything, add an outline. Cause sometimes I add outlines to the chibis I make. But I know some people don't like outlines. So if you like an outline, just let me know. I think I do it like a 2. And then I add like a color. So I'm trying to think if I should add like maybe like a Nugs color. Little guy. Side eyes. Wait, I'm gonna save this one and then I'm gonna send this to Stump. With outline. This outline. And then we're gonna work on background a little bit. Oh, no, fuck. Damn, try not to like shrimp and do that. Oh, why is this orange? Bitch. Oh fuck! I forgot to add the. No, no, no. I'm gonna delete that. I forgot to remove the. Not remove it, but move the fucking thing. Then I'll send it. Okay. Oh my god, Emily, please don't do it. Please don't spare me for today. Please. Also, thank you, Nikki. I forgot to say thank you. Thank you for the head pat. I think also I need to integrate for Live 2D for head pats, so whenever people do the redeem, they can also use it for my model. Um, I know for sure I was considering like changing my model whenever I I'm like using this because I have my hot dog model, so I can mess with this if you guys want. Okay, oh, but I can also change to my old Live 2D model. I am making a new Live 2D model, but there's so much to do that I'm like I've had time to work on my. I'm not a big fan of this model because I made this. My stepson will say, "Okay, have fun walking." This is my old one. Have good lurk, cute hot dog. No, you're fine. I don't mind. I'm saying I don't mind people saying calling me cute. You're cool. You're good. You're good. Think about you. I love me about you. Oh, thank you. This is actually the one darkest rig. This one, but I wasn't a big fan of the mouse, so I haven't used it since. I think it does look cool for like a first model that I made. Um, I think in the future I just need to like work on the mouth more. I'm gonna eat you. Oh, Kobe! Ah, it's cool seeing it now because it's like I put so much work into this thing, and I don't know. I feel like it's just a lot of work I put into this one. Um, I think I made it really quick though. That fucking bat though, it's covering the face. Uh, thank you. I know it's it does take time to work on these kind of models. Thank you. I'm looking. It is strange seeing some of it. I would like to work on the mouth one day, like the newer model. I know it's a lot better the newer model's mouth though because I actually got better references for it, and I will try to like finish that one. Um, do I have another model? I feel like I did. Wait, cancel. I'm like trying to figure out how to fucking cancel. I do have my Halloween version, I think. It's like a reverse color of everything, but I dyed it a little bit. This one's actually a little bit better. Is it the mouth a little bit better? No. Well, like I reversed the colors and I added some stuff for Halloween. So this one's like one of my Halloween models. Go have fun, Legion. Hope everything goes well with the Yu-Gi-Oh trading or gaming. But yeah, this is just I think a reversed and or like I changed just a little bit of the highlights. It was such a weird model. I don't know why I made it. But I mean, I have fun making it. I did also have what is it? Is it this one? This is like a pre-made model, but you can change the assets around. Well, where is it? No, there's another one. Where is it? I think it was just so complicated. I didn't mess with it anymore. Oh, here's another one. This is like a really cute one. But I don't know how to mess with the mouth too much. So you can tell like I was just like I don't know what the fuck I was doing. So I haven't messed with this one as much, but this is like the only thing. And go back to drawing. Thank you, Nikki. That's the one thing I did like about my old model. I like the halftones, but it just gets like so much for me. And I feel like whenever people use halftones, or whenever I used it specifically, it felt very like too clean and not really like what my art is. And once you change the design so much, you kind of get like you want to like change everything. So I kind of was like, okay, I need to figure out this or I'm going to go insane. So I ended up like just not using the model for a long time. But I get so like I overthink a lot of the stuff that I do. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get overwhelmed with my own art. So oh, we're gonna hope that in the future it'll be like a lot better for me when I finish up my new model. Also, I want to watch something maybe around excuse me. Damn. Oh my god, you guys don't need to be watching the crazy shit I'd be watching on YouTube. Yeah, when it comes to like big projects, I have to kind of like sit down and think about it. Bro, God, the fucking sloppy toppy Clinton Trump news keeps showing up, and I'm like, oh my god. I have tried to avoid the news, and I still get the news on my YouTube, so it's like my friend told me that news, and I just kind of sat there like, that sure is something, huh? That sure is something today. You know what the fucking I kind of went. I kind of went. Okay, that's okay. uh, so sometimes, sometimes you just gotta be like, well, yeah. I've told people I was kind of like it wouldn't surprise me if they all just been fucking. But I mean, that's just I've always had that thought in the back of my head. Back when I was like more into politics, but nowadays I talk about the memes, but I don't really talk about it now more like the way I used to. I used to be insane. Like I used to watch political videos. I have moments of my life where I'm like I watch so much political videos. I don't anymore, but I used to watch so much. I'm sorry, Izzy. Izzy's like, what in the hell are you talking about? I don't watch like as much as I used to, but it's just like, oh god. You guys should also watch Fiona and Cake because that's my latest obsession too. Oh man, I might actually be hungry. Maybe, maybe in an hour. We'll get something to eat. I think we'll take like maybe an hour on this working on it. I also just made little squiggly here. I need to get like an actual notebook thing. Adventure Time is so good. I think if you used to watch like a lot of animated shows, when they were coming out like around Adventure Time, like Steven Universe and all that, I think you would like Adventure Time. But a lot of people don't like Adventure Time because of how weird and insane some stuff was. Because in the beginning, of course, it starts off like slow, but then like some stuff just hits you and you're there like, I don't know if I like this because it's also, was it around the time when people were like, oh, the laugh out loud, like Omega lol type of shit? I can't remember. Um, but like people just don't like the whole random esque of it. Um, damn, Raw Chicken. I don't watch Raw Chicken. That's the one show where I know it's like I'm like, oh yeah, if yeah, scene kids. Like if you're like really into like a lot of that stuff, like shows, it's like really good. Um, but it really like it gets so fucking good after a while, and you're kind of there like speechless over a lot of it. And it doesn't make sense until you start watching a lot of the recent series. Um, and I didn't realize this until like they came out with like Obsidian, and Obsidian is so fucking good. Like I didn't realize how good Obsidian was. I'm sorry, Adventure Time. I didn't understand your game until now. And I really didn't want to watch the series until like Marceline and Bubblegum came out. I was like, oh, I need to watch this. Also, I'm working. I'm like overlaying it with this. But yeah. Game recognized game. Not game. That's crazy. I have not seen any of that. Like Robot Chicken, I think I've seen like one or two episodes when I was younger, but I feel like I know references to stuff of it. Um, but it's like it's so good. I'm like, I'm sorry, Adventure Time. I didn't recognize it. I should have watched Adventure Time more. I did end up watching a bit of the episodes, but I'm thinking of rewatching everything because I do know some of the lore. Um, but it really is like a show where you just don't know like the shit that's happening because you're kind of like it just throws you off about a lot of the shit that's happening in the series. I need to rewatch some of it because some of it is confusing when you watch the latest episodes. So if you don't know, you're kind of like, oh, what the fuck? And that's kind of like my issue. Right now, it's not a big issue, but it is like very like difficult to understand some of it. Gay recognizes gay. Yeah, the silliness. Good show. Yeah, I think if you're the type that really likes to like wait for like the end game of things or like for it to get good, it gets good. Like it gets really fucking good. And I should have like looked more into it. Um, excuse me. When I was watching it a few years back when I was younger. And I feel like this just happens to a lot of people who are watching series sometimes. They just don't understand like how good a series is gonna get until like people are talking about it. I mean, we just don't understand sometimes. And I really wish I gave it a chance when I was younger, like a little bit more. Like I would watch more episodes. I did watch the episodes, but I didn't watch it like like back to back. I didn't go like, oh yeah, I'm watching this show, yeah, or like I didn't tell people. You know, when you're a fandom, you're like, I didn't really tell people, but it did get like really good for me towards like the Marceline and then bubblegum like drama. And but even then I was just kind of like, oh, it's just bait. But then they started coming out with like, oh no, this is not bait. This is not bait at all. And it just got so fucking good. It just got so good. It it just hits different now that you know the shit that's gonna happen. I don't know how any of this works, so we're gonna see. It just hits different now. Youngster. I was telling that to my friend recently. She was like, "Okay, where can you watch like where can you watch Fiona and Cake?" And I looked at her like, "One does not simply start Fiona and Cake." And she was like, "Okay, do I need to watch the series to understand?" And I'm like, "You can, but if you want to know the characters like backstory, it's better to watch the series, Adventure Time series." And she was just there like, she looked at me, she sighed at me, she was just like, I don't know if I want to watch this. And I was like, please, you have to watch the series. Like you have to watch it. Like it feels so good when you understand everything about the series. And she was like, mm. She was just like, I don't know if I want to watch this. But and she was only interested because she liked the fucking drama. The drama in the series is so fucking good. But she likes romantic dramas. Um, I know. I had to tell her, and I was like, you gotta watch it. Like, if you don't watch this, is you're just doing a disservice for yourself. Yeah, I think for sure if you don't want to watch a series that like the plot isn't there anymore, then you can skip Adventure Time and like the whole like all of Obsidian and like Fiona Cake. I think each series has their own like points, like main plot points, if that makes sense. So it's more like you're just getting extra where when you're watching Obsidian and Fiona and Cake. If you were a big fan of Fiona and Cake, that's the only reason why you would watch Fiona and Cake. Because I was a big fan of Fiona and Cake because it was a big thing in the fandom Adventure Time, and it I think there was like a fan pilot or something. A fan made I think a pilot of the characters, and then they made it official. And this was like back in the day, like when Adventure Time was like first showing Fiona Cake. I think the characters. I think they only briefly showed them, and someone was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make a whole fucking pilot," and then they were like, "Oh, we have to make something from this." Um, yeah, it's like Adventure Time very much feels like someone who wants to keep writing their characters out, but they want to continue the universe. They don't really show Finn, surprisingly enough, until like um, what's like a good point? Like in the newer seasons, like until the end of some of the episodes. So they show him as someone who's older, who lives in the back, like who just is in the background. He doesn't show up at all. So people don't even realize Finn is like Finn is like in the series until like late on. And I think some people were like saying this too, that they were like whoa, like Finn is just there in the background as an adult, just like shows up. That's like a little bit of spoilers, but if you're not watching the series, you're not watching the series. But it's really surprising because I don't know, I didn't really think I was going to see Finn at any point. So like seeing that he's there is pretty like oh, so are we gonna get like any updates between him and other characters? And I thought Fiona and Cake were gender bend of Finn and Jake. They are, but originally, okay, this is a little bit of spoilers. Originally, they were just characters that were kind of made up in the universe. So they end up becoming real characters in the new series, and they're kind of like having to navigate that sort of idea. They aren't real. They aren't real at all. They're actually just something made up. And I think it's interesting because it also like it makes sense in a way because Fiona and Cake was made up originally in the beginning. Like you they are like made up when you first find out about them. And so for a long time people were like, "Oh, they're just made up characters," because they were also just fan made. Like the fans like were all just like thinking about it, but they end up becoming real at some point. But it's a lot. Like it's just so much. I don't know if I can even explain anything, like any of it. No, it's not an AU actually. Well, it it does become an AU, but not in the way where it's like, well, I mean, it kind of it UCQ like laws. It's just it's a lot. It's just so much to explain. I'm sorry. It's just so much to explain. Um, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to like fully spoil everything because it's just you have to like watch the series to be like, okay, try to explain Lost. What? Yeah, it in the series, like it was originally like they were originally just a fanfic, and then they became real towards the end of the series. Yeah, and in Fiona and Cake, they actually become fully real because of what happens in the first season. And they go really into depth, or like they just touch a lot about like what happens after everything in the first series, because Finn isn't a part of like any of this anymore. So Fiona and Cake are kind of like they have to deal with the repercussions of like what happens in the first season, first series, not first season, the first series, like Adventure Time, because what they did in the last few episodes kind of had like a big ripple effect on other characters and other universes. And it's kind of like the multiverse where like you do something and it affects everyone. And so they're really like going into the Fiona and Cake and why it's like very like important that certain characters should not have gone through certain things or they would have died or they will be dying. Um and it's just so interesting to me because I like the whole idea of the multiverse, but I think sometimes it just can be very played out. Like it's just annoying sometimes. Um Now that every single series has the idea like, oh, we have to do multiverse. And I don't know. It's just it's interesting to me just because like they just touch up they touch upon a lot of the characters that had to deal with like Finn and Jake's like nonsense. Yeah, I think if you were a big fan of Fiona and Cake and the series, I think it's worth watching. But if you're not, don't even fucking you don't need to care about. Does Nikki know about Gunter the Penguin? I feel like Fiona and Cake though it does get really interesting to me like plot wise, but I think I also just like romantic stuff like love triangles sometimes. If I'm not watching like a bunch of love triangles, then I can watch it. I do know about Gunter. Gunter is another character gets very affected by everything. He's actually like the most convoluted character in the series. I feel like because there's like so much to him. I don't know if it like big spoilers or anything. Is it big spoilers? I think it is. Stuff happens to Gunter. He is no longer Gunter. That's all I guess. If you want me to say it, I can. But Gunter, Gunter goes through so much. He is like another character that I'm just kind of like, oh my god, I don't know what the fuck happened to you, brother. Peppermint Butler. Um, he is, but he changes to something completely different after. There's like two things about him where he is not Gunter, but he's something else. Which I think in every Adventure Time story, there is always something that has to do with the characters. Like, there's always something going on with these characters, and I'm just kind of like, what the fuck, half the time. Like, there isn't much like to say other than it's just. I mean, it's just Adventure Time characters. That's just how they are. There's always something going on with them. Also, it's not like I'm confused. It's more like I don't know if I want to say spoilers that if other people are still watching the series. I mean, at this point, they're kind of out, so it's really up to the person if they want to listen to me say the spoilers. But I think it's interesting. Country gets top surgery. He kind of still stays a penguin in a way. In a way. But it's more like because of the end of the series, he just becomes something completely different. Kind of like a mix between a penguin and something else. It's just a lot. The series is just a lot. Like the whole lore of Adventure Time, like I even know a lot about the future lore about it, and it's so like it's so much. Like the future itself, whenever Finn's dead and everything, and Finn and Jake are dead, it's kind of cool because they have the idea of like rebirth in the series, and so there are characters in the series that in Obsidian was it Obsidian I think was it Fiona and Cake? I can't remember which one. I don't know if it was Fiona and Cake or if it was Obsidian. It might have been Obsidian. But they touch upon the reincarnations of Finn and Jake, and it's really cool in my opinion because I like rebirth, like the idea of rebirth and everything. Um, I just find it neat the way they go about it, but is this the brush or am I using a different brush? Oh, I think it's at the end, the brush I wanted to use. It might be this one. Okay, make it smaller. Yeah, I got the brush back. But I like it. I don't know. I like the whole convolutedness of it. Thank you for subscribing, Nick. And now you got two loyalty card stamps. Penguins don't have tops to get surgery. You don't know that. I have to clean this up later. But I just want to like. How are you doing, Nick? I hope you're having a good Saturday. It's good. I just finished. I will sort of finish the commission. I need to get response from Stump first to see everything's okay. Okay, I got the okay. I'm gonna post the VGen. If you want to see the sketch, here it is. This is the art I did for Stump. With and Zoro and Waffles. Look at the baby. So I'm gonna post it on VGen and finish that commission. I have commissions up. I think I'm since Kobe was talking about it. I think I'll open up designs. But of course it'll take me a little bit time. With when it comes to designing, it takes me a little bit longer because I do want to make good designs for people. Let me see if I can final delivery upload for Stump. I'm gonna give him 2 versions. Upload and go with everyone's beds. Oh no. Add to service. This is the final. I think. Oh, let me know if you need other versions. Oh, I was gonna reply to Nikki too. Yeah, I think it's just one of those series that like there's like parallel universes and everything. So in reincarnation, so it gets really cool in my opinion. But I just think it's fun. Stump chibi doodles. I think also that's also why I wanted to get more into like other shows. Like Clamp, like the whole series, like fuck, I forgot the name of it. You were talking like the one you really like because I watched XXX Holic and I wanted to get into like the other series that they have related to it. Cuz I like all that kind of stuff. So I would like to get more into it when I have time. I think I just get like not I mean, I do get a little bit overwhelmed, but it's a lot when you want to just watch everything. God forbid. Oh wait. Code Geass? I haven't seen the latest Code Geass show. I did watch the original Code Geass, but I heard some stuff wasn't as good. That's crazy. That's crazy though. I heard some stuff happen with Code Geass, but I didn't realize it was like a lot stuff. Let me see. I think I'll open up concepts, but I think I'm gonna like we're gonna raise the bar a little bit because I was thinking about it the other day. If I do open it, I would have to raise it a bit because it does take me a long time to work on it sometimes. I just don't know how much to raise it. That's the only thing. But I do love doing concept designs. I'll make 2 slots for now. Oh my god, 12. 2. And then I will publish. Well, let me double check the forms. View concept sketches. I like the proper PNG. Okay. Magic Knight. I wanted to watch that series. I wasn't sure if I should watch the newer one or the old one. I was thinking of watching the old one just because I like the styling of it, but I also want to watch the new one just because I also like the styling of it. But it didn't come out when I was thinking of watching it, and it was like recently where I just realized I'm like, oh, this looks like something I could get into just because I like isekai stuff. $1 billion, no. Um, but I really wanted to watch it. It was fun. I watched the new one. I must have read them all. Oh, okay. I did see. I think Rummy played the game of it a while ago. I can't remember if it was like 2 or 3 months ago. Oh, cute. So for sure, like I gotta look into that when I got the time. Also, I'm trying to see detailing. I think I'll just do that. Oh, it's fine either way. Mm, I'll fix this. Lines are a little bit hard to do sometimes because you're trying to like go one direction and it doesn't go the direction you want. The hell you're doing? I guess it just doesn't want to do that. I might have to just make this circular here because that's how mine is. What? Oh, it's because of the fucking. Okay, I know why. There you go.
Penguino top surgery.
What the fuck are you saying? Lucy's like just reading out the comments right now. The old one is fantastic. Oi, oi, oi. Hi, Ika. How are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday. Did you guys hear her? Or you hear them? Well, they go by they, them, she, her, and he, him. Doesn't matter what pronouns for Lucy. I'm still kind of like, I'm trying to figure out how to have Lucy
Mamma mia.
and, and, stand and then make another TTS bot for everybody. Hey, Netherface, how are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday. I was working on like a background right now. Where is it? Oh, it doesn't want to erase, so. Ow! It's too big. Oh, now I know why. I was like, why isn't this working? It's because I had this. I'll fix the thing in a second. Nope. A toothless dance? I was like, what is that sound? It's just y'all playing the toothless dance. Toothless dance. Yeah. We can erase this. I'm gonna remove this. Thank you for redeeming the toothless dance. Oh, nice. Are you having a good lunch? Eating anything? Hopefully you are eating good. No, we're gonna erase this. Aw, stop showing off his little chibis. I'm gonna like open this up here and then erase those stuff I don't want. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. McDonald's. Nice. We ate brekkies, eggs and sausage. That sounds so good right now. I think I'll eat some pizza after. But I'm kind of thinking of going somewhere for a walk or something. Thinking about it. Oh, well, I still have the inventory stuff to do, so maybe I'll just stand. Um, because it's my inventory stuff is outside, so I think I'll work on that while I'm standing and counting everything. Oh, if anybody's streaming after I stream, let me know. I'm gonna probably end like at 3. Oh yeah? Nice. I think I think maybe I'm gonna put the flag over here. Oh, this is the back. Is the Yeah, I'm gonna put the flag over here instead. I'm gonna add like another shelf here. Like a shelving here. Circle. Did I miss any lines? Or did I
Pada
oh
papa pa McDonald's y Lovinit.
okay. Do you want McDonald's, Lucy? I think that's all the lines for that. Let's erase the lines. I think it should be fine with this. I think. Hold on. Usually I just delete the lines, the ruler, and then I just start. Mm. I think yeah. You know what's funny? My tablet has some stickers, so it has like here some little detailing, and they're like crumbled up here. They're not stickers; they're like washi tape. I call them stickers, but like I put them all over my thing, and then I have like a little R here, the rummy sticker I made, and the hot dog sticker here. I wonder if I can like show. Um, Kira says Huon, but I have like a bunch of those like ripped up washi tape on my tablet. Um, I was considering putting like another square here, but it's okay. And then here I have like a little rubber band on top of it, just so that it doesn't move, but it says fuck cancer. I think I got it from Spencer's. So it says fuck cancer. Hmm, like that. It has like a little thing, and then it has that. I think when Pally, I think that's when Callie is going to start shooting. Oh, okay, so we can go raid Callie. I don't think I get to like read. Yeah, for sure. We hate cancer in this household. Yeah. I have family members. I mean, they don't specifically pass away from that, but more like complications with other stuff. Um, but yeah, always, always, always. Um, let me see what else. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make this instead the rainbow, and then I'm gonna make here the smiley face. Mm, here's where I'm thinking of making the girls. So I'm I need to make this bigger. So it doesn't look like the way my other shelves look. So I was considering maybe just making here the shelf, like making another shelf here, another here, and I don't know. They'll just have like figurines here. It won't look like exactly like my other stuff, but I think it would be good for background. I did separate my front background just so that like I could put myself behind it. Yeah, we don't tolerate that shit in this household. Everybody's waking up. I see everybody just waking up right now. Good morning, night people. How is everybody doing today? Is everybody waking up? Are you all waking up now? Here, I'm thinking of adding some figurines that I have, and then here you're gonna see all the Yuri manga that I have. I own. Um, folks who make backgrounds are never not. Really? I have been toiling over this for the past few days, but I technically have been working on like the idea of my room for like months. I'm just very lazy. Where is the chair? This is the chair. It's actually supposed to be separated. I just saw that because I was working on it the other day. Oh, my butt. It's also why I need to like get up and take a break. Uh, here's like another one here. It's okay if I just do this. I probably have like so much random crap laying around. Like even on my floor, I have like so much not boxes. Hello. Oh, did I reach a follower goal? Hello. 520? Let's go. 520. Thank you for the follow, Bambi's mother. Hello, buddy. How are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday. Oh my god. I have been working on so much like layout work so that I can like finish up everything. I'm thinking after I finish this one, I'm gonna finish up the gas station one because I want like a gas station layout. So that one's like my next goal, but for now I want to finish up this background thing and then over time I'll add more stuff. Excuse me. Food. Yeah, that's me soon. I think I'm just gonna add all the girls here. I'm gonna just make them smaller in this picture. I'm just gonna make a different one. So what I'm gonna do, I need to work on this either way. The girls, like their models, so they're gonna be like right here. I don't have any models of the new girls yet, but I will soon. So like for like my fucking room space thing, so it's just gonna be like here one, and then here another, like that. I don't know how tall Vivi is. She's gonna be right here. Yay! Thank you. Aw, hello. Like it'll be like 1:30 a.m. to be my awesomeness. It'll be in the gas station, Izzy. Don't worry. You'll be like the number one employee on there. Um, for the gas station, I am gonna like add more stuff. This is gonna be my personal area. Um, I know for sure I wanted to like add more stuff to this over time. So I'm gonna make like just um the base of it. I'm gonna be coloring this in, so it's gonna be a little bit better once I add more colors. This is just a line work right now because it looks like I know it looks weird. I can just make it. Who is slamming the door? Hello? What are y'all doing? I kind of give up to like line work after a bit. I get so lazy. Do the Australia? Is he real? I guess it would be so hard. Actually, yes. Yes. You understand, Nikki. Oh shit, I forgot. I need to color this in. Okay, some stuff here doesn't need to be blocked off. Wait, why is it so big? Why are you so big? Um, wait, where's the line? Here, I think. Wait. It's fine. It's whatever. Here, I know I'm gonna add like do it for her like thing I have. But I'm gonna add like a lot of my friends here and I'm gonna add like some other like stuff here. My bed's supposed to be over here, but you can't really see it. So I was thinking of adding cinnamon roll here. So you'll see like cinnamon roll here. Cinnamon roll, whatever. Cinnamon roll is just gonna be here. And then here's the circle over here, but I don't know how to like I'm gonna have to like mess with that later. Like how to make it like not look crazy. I want the brush. Like I want my other brush. The gas station is completely different though from my room. Oh. So I want it to be like the baby. Oh yeah. I was like, what? You should make a bootleg Bucky merch and Nino too. That would be fun. Oh, that's actually really smart. I was trying to think of like what to do with like the gas station, like because I want merch of it too. But I want it like displayed in the layout, like the whole gas station area, like different stuff. So I've been taking pictures of like some gas stations, so I gotta like look at that. Yeah, cinnamon roll. I was just like, what baby? But then I realized cute right stinky baby on a wall. If you fucking write that on my wall, you'll be banned forever. You'll be banned forever. Don't you try that, mister. This is a threat. I'll have to like I don't know. I'll have to like work on this. And Nino shirts. That'd be cool. A Bucky inspired like parodies of El Nino, and you see like you know how they have like Halloween theme or like Easter or Christmas theme Bucky shirts. It'll just be El Nino. Yeah. Nails together. I know. Cause I got you. Wow, my voice is like dying. Yeah, I figured you were dying like that. That's gonna be so fucking funny. Better know. Cause I got you. Do do do. Oh, that's too big. We can do like the gas station shirts here. Like here's gonna be like one shirt. And just El Nino. Once like I'll get the logo on here. What I want is like a tank top, not tank top, but like a muscle shirt of El Nino. But it's just like a normal shirt instead of it being like I have my beanie, not my beanie, my hoodie and my shirt. El Nino waffle maker. I need to look at like more Bucky's merch because I know they have so much shit all over. And it don't matter, no, cause I got you. I want to make like a box like this because I actually have a box like that's like this. That's just like open like this, and I have like a bunch of like materials in it, like crafts. I have like a bunch of boxes like this thing around. You guys would hate my room. Some of y'all have seen my room, and it's just like has the tag, like the shipping tag, and it's just like this. Oh my god! So I gotta like El Nino coffee maker. Is there one? Like Bucky's have one? The sleeve ship, yeah, ripped off. Yeah, it's gonna have that for sure. I'm just gonna make these like this since they don't really matter. I'm gonna be coloring them, and I think my stomach is actually growling. Been a while since it's done that. Penguin plush for Nikki. Just penguins with horns. That's so fucking funny. My music stopped because it was like, what? Excuse me. Oh, it has a space cha cha flight lounge apparently. Let's listen to this. Oh, I forgot this was like. Let me delete this. Yes, it's me. I'm hungry right now. It's not too bad. Like, cause I drank my smoothie earlier. It's just my stomach trying to like adjust. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna make it LGBT. I wonder if I can just. And then this. I've seen like those types of like material. Have y'all seen those types of material where it's just like they have beads on them like this? I want to make it like that, but I think it worked better if I colored it in. So I'll just have to like make do with like detailing like this. I think that's as far as I can make it for that. Other things is like I can just have it like this. Plus CBT. I'm glad you guys like the music. Oh, Izzy. Probably from a lot of stuff going on. You deserve some rest. Hmm. I guess I can draw the bed here. This isn't really how my bed looks like because I don't have a bed frame like that. I just have like a bottom frame. That's it. I do have a bed frame, so don't get it twisted. I do have a bed frame. I just don't have like this kind of bed frame. Actually, I could just fighting for. Okay, that's good. Oh, have a good day, Face. Have a good time. Well, I hope you have a good time and make some good jams. Hmm. I think I don't need it anymore, but I think I will be doing a little bit detailing, like a more detailing. can delete the shelving. Oh well, I do need this, so I'm gonna. Where's the back? So this is how it should look like. I was thinking of like adding more like sheeting up here, so it just like looks a little bit more filled up. Like that. And reverse. Bye. Oh my god. I was like, what? And I realized I'm so fucking slow. I love that. Uh, let me see. I'm trying to think of like what kind of poster I was considering. Um, making like when I'm using my one of my posters, but I don't want to use someone else's like art. So I'm still like trying to think of what. I don't have any more posters like I used to because I used to have band posters, but when I painted my whole wall, I now have like not posters, but like I have them hanged and like framed. I have a corner of the wall where a band list and it's a picture for friends. Band, yeah, you should write that in the art section, the writing section. I'll write it down. I was thinking of having like a section like that, but I have to look into it. I have to like write it down and work on that later. I'm so. I think. Detailing. Here is more like I was considering showing like the back of this area, but I will have to like wait on that. I also want to do like more detailing work of like the background. Once I color this, it's gonna be shaded and everything, but I'm gonna have like more stuff. Um, hmm. Q fan art, maybe. I'll have to look and see. Hmm. I could do like an other poster of like someone I've drawn, like Rummy, like an older poster. There was a poster I did do of like my Halloween one, like myself too. I was also thinking of like adding more stuff here of like friends, but I want to add like plushies of them around. Because of course, like I want plushies. So of course, 3M is gonna be up here. But I want like maybe a poster here that'll change. Fan art. That could be a good idea actually. Maybe making this bigger and making this smaller. I don't need like a smiley face that big. So we could make a section here for like fan art. Oh wait. Well, actually, yeah. It's gonna be fan art. Yes. And here we're gonna have that, but it's gonna be small. Recruitment posters like we want you. That would be a good one in the gas station. Would be funny, yeah. I was considering it, but I'm like, that seems very like I would not do that because I don't like putting posters up of my work. So I think I'm gonna like I think this should be like transparent. So it just shows like art, like fan art. And then like slideshow. Um Plushies. It's gonna be like plushies around here. So it's gonna be a plushie here, and then a plushie here, and then like another plushie, a plushie here, oh, somewhere around here, or like it's there's gonna be figurines here. Here of course too, of like stuff that I like. Of course here there's gonna be more stuff, and then it's gonna be like more boxes of like things that I have. Here I'm kind of like trying to figure out what to add. So we'll do that. That'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be fun for later. Ah, wow, 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 wow. Oh, this one could be. This could be the. Oh no. What? Oh, the hoodie. But this is the South Side hoodie. I don't. Well, actually, I don't know if this has like. I have paint on it and everything. But this could be the South Side hoodie I own. So it can at least show up here. But the whole poster stuff, I don't have enough space for that. So it's gonna be in the gas station. So I'm gonna, yeah, we're gonna do that. It's looking better than I thought it's gonna look like. So slideshow over here. You took one of these. This is the South Side one I own. It's all purple one I own. Um, I think this I'm kind of considering like showing the other areas, but I'm thinking of not making that underground area like I was saying earlier that connects to my room. So maybe this is just gonna connect to like the stairs. So I don't know if I do make another area, like I don't know, cause I was considering just making Izzy's area bigger so it can be easier as like a lounge area. Um, of course, Izzy's area is gonna be separated, and then we make the gas station a little bit bigger. But this is like going under the stairs because I was also considering like if the staircase does go down, then there's another room that opens up before you go all the way down to my room, and that's gonna be like the whole area. So there's gonna be 3 levels. So I would have to like look more into it. If I do make like a 3D, because I wanted to make a 3D environment in the future, but this is gonna be like maybe in a year. So there would be 3 levels. If not, I would have to expand this. But I think it would be cool. It would be cool to have like an area at least for like more lounging. but I'm also just thinking of making a lounge area for at the gas station. So I'm kind of like, we could make the gas station a bit more like a lounge. Like one section has a lounge area. Like, because when I was making the rooms, I was also like, I don't know. Every meal, part of me, minimal furniture. That'd be really fucking funny. Um, it would be interesting to see like where they go with that. So who's pinging me? Oh, okay. Mm. Okay. Oh my god. I saw someone with like a name and I was just like, oh my gosh. um, so I'm still thinking about it. Maybe we could make the gas station have like a bigger section. I saw like one reference picture I saved, so I don't know. I can explain like what I'm thinking of too. Well, I do have my other rooms, the gas station. I saw this one reference here, and I was thinking of maybe I could use Izzy's like garage, but then I'm like, it feels like a lot. So we could just make the gas station bigger and just give it like an area, like a tiny area for lounging. Because I kind of wanted to make like more private space for the lounge area. So I don't know. This is still going to be made, but I want there to be like something connecting to it, like staircase, of course. So I'm kind of like I was considering like making the lounge area like Izzy's room too. Yeah, I was kind of like, should I just make like a little area similar to like, yeah, like Japanese or Korean convenience stores where people can just lounge and like eat and do stuff. Izzy gets his own space, of course, like at the garage. Um, Although this one is like a little bit big. This would be a lot for me if I even make anything like this. But I thought this one was really cool background I found. So I might take a little bit of inspiration from this too. Um, we could also make like this one has like staircases going down. I'm like, I don't know if people will go down. I don't know if people will go down a fucking staircase to like see like this whole spot. It would feel like a bit more underground, sewer, kind of like Southside skinks have everything. I mean, Koki. Because I did have like an underground sewer idea for like the area, but I'm kind of like, we're more cryptids, so I don't know if it fits like the style. First of all, it's not really supposed to be a big hideout area either. So the gas station, I think, might just have the whole like hangout spot. Then just to make it easier, then a garage, and then going down the staircase is my area. Just for convenience, I guess. Yeah, that would be another one. That's why also I was just like, Well, actually, it's more like I was gonna expand your garage and make a lounge area for our friends, but we can still make the gas station like a whole. I should open up rooms again. A whole like I know I have it right here. El Niño. Let me see. Yeah. So my idea. Oh hell no! Why is there music? Um, is I'm still working on the gas station right now. Did it not save my? Oh, I guess it didn't save because I was cleaning up the walls. I guess it didn't save. But it was supposed to save the walls here and have like nothing in it, but whatever. Um, so I guess we could make more like push everything up over here and then make this like a lounge area here. Police system, it would be very universal Frankenstein. Fix the cars by hitting them. Yeah, because I don't know shit about cars. My parents actually get mad because I don't know a lot of stuff about cars. My dad's like, you need to learn more about stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, we can do a little trash can area. We can do like a little trash can in front. So let me save the background here. So actually I can edit this. Let me see, because my room should be updated. So I don't know why it's not updated. Unless I just like, I guess it just didn't save the updated version I was working on. There was a version where it was just like, this was cleaned off and then had like detailing to it, but I guess I didn't save it properly. Um, Mija, you gotta learn to apply brakes when drifting. Oh my god. Trash. Oh well, I didn't. Well, that's fine. Trash bin. We can make this bigger. Oh Jesus. A rainbow bin. I'm just gonna put this over here. Oh shit, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, because we could move this, 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 this. Oh shit. Ugh, whatever. Oh, that'd be so cute. Yeah, this is like the whole puddle. What? No, I want the fucking. I want the. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna leave it right there. Yeah, so I was considering like making a different. What? So this area would be like a lounge area. Although I don't know about the carpet. I was just making the carpet here because I thought it'd be funny. And then here with it would like introduce the gas station on the other side. I kind of like changed the everything, like the layout of everything on the previous sketch I did, but I mean, I just wanted to make something really quick. I mean, if I flip this, it would make more sense, but I don't know how to flip this whole area. Oh, the only way is if I grabbed everything and I just flipped it horizontally. So Nikki's staring at the corner of the register, like, and I'll be like, "¿Qué tú quieres?" Oh my god, that'd be cute. Oh, I need to like Shimmy this a little bit. Oh, this is already fucked up. Okay, nothing is ever perfect, so it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine.
¿Qué tú quieres?
¿Qué tú quieres? ¿Qué tú quieres, pues, vos? Um. Oh no, the food. You're gonna stay right here. Oh well. Mm. Think like that. This place is pretty big. What? What? What you want in Spanish? Kobe's like straight up rizzing us the whole fucking forever loitering at the gas station. Yes, it's gonna be so cute. I'm gonna put some little chairs and a table. Need a little table. Table. Kind of table. Be a cheap table. Mm, like that? Or should it be like a little bit less fancy? Excuse me. No, it would be a white table, wouldn't it be? Like, you know, the ones that they always have in some areas? Like this? Don't know. It would be like the ones where they have like white and then like black metal. Because it's like cheap plastic with metal. Oh, that'd be so good right now. Mm. Oh, this one. This is very like. I mean, I guess I can make the chairs brown. This kind of fits us a little bit. I also don't think. I'm just gonna remove that. Maybe I'll just keep like two here. Yeah. And then we can have like a little lounge area here. Oh my god, imagine like a hockey table. Oh, this one has a tablecloth. This would be way too much. Food. Do 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 do. Food counter. Mm-mm. Fast food tray. Oh my god. Oh, I should make a wall, huh? A wall. Or I can copy this one. Can you, like, go? Okay. I didn't realize this was not even connected. I need to make, like, another wall, but it has to be smaller. That's why I haven't bothered making it. Doggies, why are you barking? Yeah. They have to be like a smaller one. So I wonder if I can. You can't scale it, can you? Can I rotate it? Can I like rotate it? Nope. $90? Maybe. Just so I don't have to deal with like too much editing. Ugh, come on. I hate when like it doesn't want to like move properly. It would just make the wall a little bit thinner. Ah! Why can't you like go down? Go down. Okay. Mm. Callie just went live? Okay, hold on. Sorry. I was waiting for Callie. It's okay. She takes a while to turn everything on. There. It's fine. We're gonna have you temporarily there until I get like another one. I think I can copy this one and do it the other side. Ah! So much workarounds. It's crazy. Okay. For now, this is okay. I still need to like make another one for here. Oh god, why are they like this? Oh, thank you. In real life, like all the fucking walls are like fucked up. This is the only problem though, like when you're making these, like some portion it's like gonna be hard for you to look at. Let's put this one a little bit more front. Oh no, absolutely not. No. Okay. Okie dokie. We can always delete these. Maybe punching the walls? Please don't punch the walls. I'm still kind of like on the fence of like having something here, but I think it would be kind of creep factor if I do leave whatever this is here. Unlock this? Long. Okay. Delinquent. He's a delinquent. We have a delinquent on our hands. Okay, let's go. Hold on. We can raid Callie right now. I just want to close everything out. Bum, 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 and I gotta go pee. I'm like, help me. Who is that? Oh, okay. I just saw like an artist who's drawing like a really cute character. I'm like, whoa. Oh, Eerie Echo Hound is on too. That's cool. I want to rate Callie though. Oh, come on. Why did you do that? Oh, stop. It keeps moving. Why do you keep moving? For some fucking reason, whenever I would like do new, it would just ask AI chat box, go eat shit, Firefox. What the fuck? That's why it kept doing that. Oh my god, I'm sorry. It kept adding like an extra window, and when I right click, I'm like, why is it doing that? But it kept adding the fucking AI bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna kill someone. We're gonna go Ray Callie. Thank you for everybody that came by. Even though I didn't have like, I don't think I had like as much energy as I wish I had. But I hope everyone has a good Saturday. We're gonna go raid Callie. We're gonna go for our love. Um, go take care of her. I'm gonna be in chat, of course, because of course, I'm her mom. Um, we're gonna go bother her. I don't know what kind of raid message, so we can just do the normal raid message. Um, if not, just I guess whatever raid message you want. But yeah, you can do like a little alien if you want to. It's okay. Oh, thank you, Stupid Fanders, for the 3 stream streak. Have a good day. Oh, thank you. Oh, hello, Original. Welcome in. I hope you have a good day too. I'm guessing you were lurking. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for all the lurkers in chat. I love Catwoman. We all love Catwoman. You can probably just say that if you want. I love Catwoman. I won't judge you. um, I guess we're not the only raider. Hold on. I'm gonna go do Uncle. Do Uncle, and then let's go raid her right now. Take care of yourselves. Go eat something. Go drink something. Go take your meds. Everything. Have a good day. Bye.